Hello there. Hello there. Hello there. This is Friday night, December 26th, the day after Christmas, the evening after Christmas night. Welcome to my desk. This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and yeah, let's do some art. So tonight I'm going to work on creating some more cinnamon ornaments. Now these are not the ones made with applesauce. These are more made with flour and salt. This is one that I put painted. Now this one does have a hole in it, but these don't, because I am going to put these in a wreath that I am upcycling. Hi Elise, it's good to see you. How are you doing up in the northern regions of our world? But I wanted to show these have been baked, and they are pretty strong. But before, I probably will not work on decorating these tonight. What I want to do is create some different shapes. I'm thinking of a Christmas mouse, a nutcracker, Ruby Rose, maybe Bandit or cat. Ruby Rose is a gnome. You're doing good. That's good. So, and let's see. I think I have a bird and a gingerbread man that I have painted. Now I want to use German. I've got some German glass glitter that I got from rangerink.com. They had it on their sale. And I want to do some German glass glitter on these. But before I do that, I want to design some. So I'm going to set these aside someplace safe. Is there any safe spot in this room anymore? I don't think so. Let's see if they'll stay here. Okay. So I'm going to be working on designing first. And, oh, my tablet went away. Let me get into my stream over on my tablet so I can welcome folks in. On Friday nights, I go from 7:30 until 10, or sometimes, many times, a little after 10. I try to make it as close to 10 as possible. And we have 5 people in here. Elise and Allie K. Hi, Allie K. Welcome in. And then we have some folks up in the balcony. That's okay to be in the balcony. That's okay. I'm in the balcony a lot. But if you want to stop in and say hello, I won't stop you. Now my bird, do I have him out here? I might have. He might have flown away. Or I might have buried him. I don't see him right off. The bird was about, well, the bird is tall. Here he is. So I might make the nutcracker a little bit, he'll be upright. He may be a little bit shorter, depending. The Christmas mouse, do I have my gingerbread man? Oh, I left him on the tray too. So, and eventually I want to create my own nutcrackers. What am I talking about? My own cookie cutters. That I have a thought of how to go about that. I could be way off. There's a pencil. And here's another pencil. And I'm looking for my pencils. Over in my Angie bowl over here. I need to put that needle threader right. Where's my other pencil? The one I got all dirty. I don't see him here. Well, we'll use those two, I guess. And I'll put these back in the... this morning I worked mostly in my December daily. So I want to do some different things. And when I get all of these designed and used, I'm going to put them in my Society of Idea Collector. And I haven't heard her say yet, but usually Dee Dee Willingham does Society of Idea Collector journals in January, the beginning of January. I don't know if she's going to do that this year. I haven't heard. But I'm ready to create start up with my December daily. So what I want to do here, the reason I have this out, is I just kind of want to mark an area here. It's about 2.5 inches, maybe 2.5 inches by 4.5. Well, no, let's bring it down. 1, 2, 3, 4. About 4 3/4. So I'm going to make it 5. Just to get a spacing in here. So let's just draw some lines. Just to give me a sense of... So another 2.5 would be over here. And they don't all have to be 2.5. I'm just... Maybe I'll leave this last one at, I think it's 3, 1, 2, 3, yeah. So 5 this way. Let's set it on the line. Set it up a little. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's really here. And so hard for me to see up above. Here and here. Kind of helps me figure out how much space I want. So the Nutcracker, what I'm going to do is do something very simple like this for just the shape. And then I put my birds back. But like when I wanted a wing here, I took my needle and just made an impression in the dough and for the feathers and the eye. I'm not going to worry about poking a hole in them because these are going to be used flat on my wreath. So let's do a little Nutcracker, just kind of freehand. I'll do them in pencil first, and then I will outline him in ink. And he won't be perfect. He won't be perfect. Usually they have square bodies. Maybe out a little bit more. And little hands. Now because he's going to be dough, I'm going to keep all of this. I'm not going to put a space between his arm and his body. I'll just do that with... I'll do it with just imprinting in the dough. And let's give him a little shoulder pad here. And maybe one over here. You know, it's going to be painted, and it doesn't have to be perfect. It's just going to be a little... Now I might make his feet a little separate here and give him a shoe. We'll give him a shoe here. And I suppose a stripe in here with the, and then some buttons, I guess double-breasted buttons. Okay, let's do them in ink so you guys can see them better. I guess I'll just use this. So he's going to have a hat. And here again, it doesn't have to be perfect. And then I think I'll do like a shape like this. And something like that on his hat. And little shoulder pads, his arms, another shoulder pad, the buttons. I guess we could make a line in there, and I don't know, put a collar on there. Now, like I said, this will all be done by pressing with my needle in the dough. And let's give him a belt. But when I cut out the shape, I'll just use the outside. And then he'll have some, and I guess put a line there and a line there and give him some shoes. There's my nutcracker. Let me look at chat. I got so involved in what I was doing this morning that I just ignored my viewers. Let me refresh chat and get it all set up here. And I don't want to do that tonight. I want to talk to you. I get so many ads in here. Ali K is here. Elise is here. Mina, is that Mina? I can't see. Is that Mina? Yeah. Hi, Mina. Welcome in. Mina's here. Well, we got 15 of you out there, and I only see 3 of you. Why is that? Let me refresh my chat. Are you all lurking? Which is okay. You received your family today? What do you mean you received your family? I had a good Christmas, Allie K says. It was very low-key, but it was good. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Mina says hi. Allie says hi. Elise says hi. Allie said last year, I heard Dee Dee had an idea what she's doing in the new year. Oh, the last I heard, Dee Dee has no idea. I just see, no idea what she's doing in the new year. Mina says, yes, it's me. Oh, for supper. You have them for supper tonight or last night? Crafting with Kristen. Hi, Kristen. Welcome in. Dee Dee has no idea what she's doing next year. Well, I don't worry about Dee Dee. I worry about me trying to follow her. I know she's going to be working in her journal that she started this year. This UK journal, the Seasons journal. And I'm going to be finishing mine up. I'm making pretty good progress. This was one of the pages that I worked on this morning, the 25th. And it ends on the 25th. So now I'm going to go back and do some of these blank pages. I worked on this one this morning too, and I also worked on the amaryllis page. All right, the other thing I want to do is a Christmas mouse. And I think I'm going to do him horizontal. And he is also going to be a basic shape. And he's going to have a nose and a little, he'll be a little mouse. Let's see, he'll have an ear, a little, well, I don't know if their ears are that pointy. And then he'll have a body, and then his little paw out here, like that. And then this foot here, I'm going to put this foot here, and then his tail, because I don't want his tail, I don't want a big curly tail because I'm afraid it'll break off. Actually, this foot should come down. Can I erase here? Eraser's hard. Let me get an eraser. Use one of my stamp erasers. This is my light bulb eraser. I'm going to make his tail come down here. So he'll have a foot here, probably with they have kind of pointy toes, and then we'll give him an eye here, and we'll bring that tail around this way. This foot will come like this. And let's bring his nose down a little. And I can't do whiskers on him. And I'm going to try with the dough, like with the tail, because I'll be putting this all as one piece here. I'm going to try to attach a piece for the tail and make it dimensional. And his nose will come down this way. So we put another ear up here. I think I will. He needs another ear. So let's draw that in ink. I have no idea how a mouse looks. I don't want to know. And we'll give him an eye here. And of course, you know, he'll have whiskers that I'll probably put in with my needle. Just make little marks like that. So this foot will come this way. Maybe just a little foot like that. And then this foot will come this way. His body will be hunched. He's going to be a Christmas mouse. A little mouse looking for cheese. And then his tail will come like this. And I'll probably put some little marks on his tail like that. So that'll be my Christmas mouse. Now, my little gnome, I've done her enough that I shouldn't have much trouble doing the gnome. She has a skirt. Let's start her skirt down here. Like this. And some little feet. I'll give her a shoe here. And a foot. And I want to keep the shape as simple as possible, because when I cut this out, you know, I just want to cut a shape. And this is a rectangular shape. This is kind of long and angular here. This will be easy to do. So I don't want to, let's see. let's make this a little more, don't make her so fat. Let's angle this in a little. Give her a shoe and a shoe. Now remember, I'm using cinnamon dough to do this. Now I have to think, how do I want her arms? I think I'll have her arms holding a heart. It could be holding a present, but we'll have her arms holding a heart. And she'll have little pockets over here. And I'll be doing this by pressing my needle in the dough. So here's her pockets. And so she's holding a heart. So here's one hand and the other hand. And it'll come out like, she'll have her shoulders coming out like that. Now, let's have her head coming this way. Only I got it kind of lopsided there. And shall we give her braids? We'll do that via the, again, via the needle, pressing the design into the dough. And my braids are going to run into my heart and hand here. Let's see. Let's just do this. And put the braid up one more. Up here. And 1, 2, 3. We'll have a bow here. And maybe a little, there we go. And you'll see this better when I draw it in ink. So now I need to move her hand down just a teeny bit. Move her hand down a little. And the heart down a little. And here's her head. Now her gnome hat is going to come down. I'm not going to put a face on her because this is a cookie dough. Let's get her, actually her hat is here, so her hat comes, and we're going to make it curvy. Like that. Now let's do that braid a little bit better. And do a bow and some hair. Now she'll have a neckline and maybe a little collar. And she should probably have an apron. Let's redo these pockets. So here's her skirt, and here will be the apron. And let's put the pockets down here as little heart pockets, like what Becky puts on her Project Dress a Girl dresses. And our hat is way up here, and our hat doesn't have anything on it. So let's draw her out so you can see her better. And she'll be a pretty basic shape too. Like, you know, the outline will be pretty simple because I got to cut these out of dough. So I don't want a real complicated That might even be too complicated. You need it pretty simple. And she's got a bow here. And then her hair. Just make some lines for her hair. She's got a bow. I'm not going to put a face on her. Her hat comes down that way. And a bow there. And some lines here. And then her dress comes this way. And she's got a little collar. Now all of this detail I'll be doing with the needle on the inside, embossing into it. And here's her hand, and she's going to be holding a heart. But when I cut these out of dough, I'll just be cutting around like what I did for my bird. So here's her hand. This is Ruby Rose, our little Ruby Rose, our little gnome. Now, in my story, in my Fib Diggity story, I had my older brother Tom. In my Fib Diggity story, I have an older brother Tom. And he kind of looks like my brother, but not exact. But he looks a little bit older than my brother. And a little bit more of a scholarly look than my brother has. Especially when he snaps his finger and makes Einstein. Knowledge is imagination is more important than knowledge, quote. That was one of my favorite. And then when they were up on in the attic, he wiggled his nose twitched his nose and disappeared. So in my story, my older brother has a touch of magic. My older brother in real life has no magic. Let me look at chat. Let me refresh my chat. I want to take more time to chat with you guys than I did this morning. I feel so bad. All right, let's see who's in here. I can't see what that... Let's get out my phone. Let's get out my phone. I can see better. Find YouTube. There it is. Go to my channel. Come on, Meri's channel. Go to my live.
It's the year
end turn the sound down. And skip the ad. And here we are. Oh, it's Kitty Jen. Hi, Jen. Welcome in. Mina's here. Hi, Brooke Lawrence. Welcome in. She says, evening, everyone. I got a new set of oil pastels. Today, I got the High-Up Paul Rubens 72 set. Wow, you're set. Currently, I'm drawing with acrylic markers. Well, cool. You'll have to... This is one of the things I want to do. For the new year, it's one of my goals, is to start my community tab so you guys can share. And if you don't want to share your drawing, share the new set of oil pastels that you got. I'm kind of late on starting that, but I know Juju had posted that one place out there, she had posted that there are so many things happening. She was saying, I just wanted to hang out with my art friends and do art. And I kind of identify with what she's saying because YouTube is very, very proactive in doing new things. I mean, if they aren't uh, doing AI. They're starting a community tab. If they aren't doing that, they're doing something in the now they have voice on. I can, when I reply to comments out on the post tab, I can use voice, and I really like that. I think that's one of their bigger improvements. I think on some channels they might even be able to respond with a little video. I don't have that, but I could be wrong there. It was just something I read. And so the reason I haven't started a community tab yet is that I'm taking things slow. I'm really have lately been exploring the AI playground out there. And you guys have seen all of that. My most recent in the last 2 days is I have been sketching on my phone, on this phone. Let me go here and show you in my let me get there. Hold on, I'm not covering it up. My gallery here. I did these sketches. I did the sketch of this lady here, and then I animated her, and you can see I think you can see, she's talking. And then YouTube has a utility that you can set lyrics to music. They'll give you lyrics. And this lady on my short, you could go watch it if you wanted. It's up to you. But the lyric is, I'm not taking my tree down yet. My tree's still up. And that's what this is all about. And you can see how many times I've generated her just to get it going. And then the other one that I did, now this, I drew her on my graphic utility on my phone. And she's not perfect. You know, so I'm not going for a beautiful drawing. I'm going to make a face to talk. And then the other thing that I did was I did these trees. Now, I did these when I was with my family yesterday for Christmas. I did the snowman especially. And then when we came home, I did the cardinals and the bird feeder and the cardinals in the tree here. I have a couple that I didn't show. They're all the same thing, but they do different things. One of these, they turn all to ice. One of these bird feeder ones. I don't know which one it is. And here's where I was working with the snowman. The birds are flying there. So I've been doing different things. And I don't want to show you the rest of my photos because some of them are kind of personal. But one of my goals for next year, I won't say I'm going to do it in January. It won't be the first part of January. If I do it, it'll be the second or third week, is start my community tab to where you guys can post without me starting a post. And you can share your artwork and whatever you want. I'm not expecting big things out of it, but I do think I should have it. Let me go back to my chat here. I got out of my chat. The other thing I want to do is dedicate more time to the membership area. And I'll be doing, I already posted to the members about what I want to do. But then I want to do a live stream or a video starting the project or kind of reviewing where it's going and explaining the whole background. And I want to do that sometime before the new year so that we can start it on the new year. It's not going to be a big involved thing. You can work at your leisure. We're still wrapping up some projects from last year, and I do want to finish those. But I'm starting this other one, and it will be for all members. It will be for all members in both rooms. But I'm doing this other one that I'm starting on January 1st because we got new members who haven't worked on last year's projects. So this one that I'm starting, I'm foreseeing it being consecutive, but not complicated. something that you can just have fun with. And you'll see all that when I explain it. And over here, I have two projects that I need to. We've got the Burzines that we're still working on, and we have our Harrison Fisher book. What slowed me down with the Harrison Fisher is my printer. I'm still trying to get that thing to work. I have one more thing I'm going to try before I go buy a new printer. I bought some solution that I'm going to try to clean those print heads with. I don't know how successful I'll be because I'm not mechanical. Let's look at the... Oh, Allie K says, yes, the voice is really cool. Yes, it is. I really like the voice because I feel like I'm talking to you. You can hear me. And actually, when I use the microphone, it still is kind of messy with the microphone. It doesn't hear every word I'm saying and interpret it. I have to go in and correct things, but not as much as when I'm typing. And I kind of like just talking. And the responses are what? Less than 32 seconds? Something. It's a real short response. Now, if I have a big, long response, I would probably type it in or go and type it on a notepad and paste my response in. Did you have a nice Christmas? Hi, Esther. Welcome in. Yes, we had a good Christmas. Or at least I did, and I think my brother did. We spent Christmas with my nephew and his family and his wife's parents and her brother and his wife and her kids, and you know, it was really nice. My little grandniece, she's growing up. I'll tell you, that little gal is growing up, and she was so sweet to everybody yesterday. I was so proud of her. She's usually more reserved, and I was showing my cardinals that I showed you guys on those trees, and because I was using my data, I was not connected up to a Wi-Fi. I was using my phone data to process everything to go online, and it took a little bit longer for it to process. So I was kind of disappointed that I couldn't show her the result. I was showing her how I was doing it, and then when I hit process or generate, it just spun. And she had other things that she was doing too. So I just let it spin and kept submitting it, and finally it generated. And I went over and showed her, and she was interested. I was kind of concerned though, because she's a freshman in high school now, and she goes to one of the larger high schools in the town where they live. And I asked her, because I was curious, and that's what I said, I'm just curious. What are they teaching you about AI? And she said, well, they're teaching us not to use it. And I'm sitting there going, oh my gosh, don't do that. And I was really kind of concerned, because I'm going, they're teaching you not to use AI? And but I was talking to her uncle, my nephew's wife's brother, and he uses AI, or has used AI in the workplace. And he was talking about Gemini, and I had mentioned to him about, aren't they teaching this in the high school, or aren't they even discussing it? And he says, oh, they are, you know. So I felt a little bit more, I didn't want to get all upset about it at a Christmas thing, but it kind of concerns me. Where did she get the idea that she shouldn't be using it? I said, well, do you obey them? She said, no. I went, well, good. There are times to obey, and then there's times to go explore. But she's a freshman. She's got 3 more years of high school. I'm sure she'll be getting it. But we had a good time. We had a good Christmas. We didn't exchange gifts, but they gave me a really nice dish towel and dishcloth, and it was a really nice one. I told her mother, I said, I usually buy mine at the Dollar Tree, and this one is nice and thick and soft, and I was just so happy to get a dish towel and dishcloth for Christmas. It was really a nice one because it would be nice and absorbent. But we, as a rule, don't exchange gifts. We usually, I gave her $20 just for, but that doesn't come close to what her grandpas and grandmas give her. And her uncle gave her something that I want to see if I can put my hands on. It's a portable charger, but she's got an iPhone, and she can charge up her phone without having a cord, which I think is really cool. So, yeah. To answer your question, Esther, we had a really good time. We got home probably around 5:30, 6 o'clock last night. We were both tired. I fell asleep maybe around 7:30. I was starting to phase out. My brother phased out long before that. He went to bed. And I sat up for a while, and then I got tired. But then I woke up early. So that's my answer, Esther. I hope that you had a nice Christmas. It's easy to set up. What were we talking about, Ali? Oh, there's Lindy. Hi, Lindy. And Marilyn's Homestead. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. And Nina's here. I'm trying what Ali K's saying. It's easy to set up. Oh, the community tab is easy to set up? Well, that's good news. That's good news. Every evening, Brooke Lawrence says every evening, evening everyone, not every evening. Good evening. She's talking about the new oil pastels that she's got. So I think I'm pretty well caught up with prayer. Oh, Mina says she's asking for prayers for her cousin Richard. He's stable now, but earlier this month he suffered a serious AFib. AFib is with the heart, right? AFib episode. So let's keep our prayers in mind and speak the prayers for Mina's cousin Richard. Yeah, a serious AFib. I think that's connected with the heart. Ali K said, oh yeah, the seasons. Yeah, we're talking about Dee Dee, what she's doing next year. Ali K said, yeah, she's going to be doing the seasons. I have a feeling that Dee Dee will be doing something. She may not be doing a new journal, but she may be doing some exercises, because she does every January. I know she'll read prompts. It'll be interesting to see what she does. Oh, look, I got an ad. This isn't regular soda. Okay, well. They make portable chargers for Android too. All phones and tablets, really. Oh, that's good. Community tab is easy to set up, yeah. Esther says, I've been jumping between Meri and Becca tonight. Yeah, there are a lot more people streaming. Lindy says, hello, Meri and Chatters. I don't know if Lindy streams tonight or Sunday night, but I know one of those nights she and Sean stream. Lindy K Designs. She says, hello, Meri and Chatters. And Marilyn's Homestead is here. And Nina is asking prayers for her cousin. What was his name? Richard? Wait, let me go look. Prayers for her cousin Richard. So you got it. You got it, Nina. I'll come back to chat in a little bit. Let's finish my sketches here. Let me get my phone out of the way. I still need to put pockets on her apron here. So I want to do Bandit. And we've done a mouse and a nutcracker. So Bandit is going to be a cat. And, you know, I'm just going to make him, well, the cat kind of has a face like that. Well, let's move him over a little. I got him off center already. What did I do with my eraser? Got him off center already. Let's move his face. over. Cat's face is kind of narrow like that, and it has a triangular nose and like that. And then if I put the eyes in, really what I'm concerned about is the outline, because this is what I'll be cutting, and then all the detail I'll just be impressing I use a needle. I find that works the best. Use a large needle, and I'll just emboss the little designs in. So let's do another eye here. And give him some ears. Yeah, that's a cat, Meri. Maybe make it a little rounder face. And then the neck will come down like this. And he won't be as tall as something like this with the paws. Now the tail, I'm going to do the same thing I did with the mouse. The tail is going to be part of the body. Maybe I should have moved that over a little. But we'll put the tail like that. And then the feet, the paws will come down. All right, let's see, let's give it a And how many toes does a cat have? If I put 3 in it, I suppose it probably has 4, but I'm going to give him 3. See if I can't get that a little closer together there. And we'll just do it like that. And make the tail come like. Tail will be bushy. All right. I go, that's a cat, Meri. We'll give him a collar. And give him a ID here, and we'll put a heart in the ID. All right, I feel like it needs a little bulk out in here, maybe. Yeah, the little hip area here. Got another ad on my. They really run the ads, don't they? I have not explored how to. I don't see it immediately on mobile, and I don't know if I can set it inside without having to set it every time. If I have to have the ads, I think you have to have them, but you can control how often or something like that. I don't know. I lost track of all that. Let's see. I'm not liking his feet here. Let's just bring it down like so. It doesn't have to be perfect. And of course he'll have whiskers. Now because it's a doe, I can't make the whiskers go out. So I have to keep the whiskers inside of the face area. And let's do this. Let's do a, no, he looks too much like a fox that way. Maybe do this with the nose. All right, let's outline him and see how he looks. I'm thinking I need to bring that out just a little bit more. Bring it out just a teensy bit more. There. And this will have the tail. He'll have a big bushy tail for a cat. All right, it isn't going to be perfect. And it'll probably be less perfect once I cut it out of the dough. And I'm using a pretty thick point here. So when I use my needle, it won't be as thick here. This is just giving you an idea how it might look. And then there'll be some whiskers and some whiskers here. And he'll have a collar. And I'm just going to put a little heart in there. And then the tail. Now on here, I drew a line there, but I think there'll be dough in there, so that line won't exist on the real one. There's my cat. Does he look like a cat? He doesn't look like the one I did the stamp of. Now, what I need some suggestions. I've got the bird. But I need two other suggestions. Something relatively simple in shape. Of course, I could do a bulb. I could do a bell. I could do a tree. I've already done a star. I've already done a star, a ginger man, and a bird. Definitely a cat. Thank you, Mina. I've already done the star. Thank you, Allie K. What else could I do? What's Christmassy? Snowman. Let's do a snowman. I haven't done a snowman yet. Now, I tend to offset my drawings, and that's okay, but I'm trying to, it's okay to offset them in your picture, but I'm trying to get them in this space here so I can cut them out. So I want him a little bit more centered. So here's his head, and he'll have a stovepipe hat. And a scarf. So deciding whether I want the scarf to go up. I don't think I do because it could break off. We'll have it come down. And I won't have the hands, I'll put embossed because I don't, you know, unless I stuck something inside the dough for the hands, and I don't have anything right at hand that I want to do that with. I could get more creative with it. So here's the scarf. We're just gonna put some lines there. Maybe make it go around his neck. And then, well, he's gonna have buttons. Let's see. He has coal eyes and a corn cob, or a carrot nose. And I don't know if I can get the pipe on there. Let's see. And he's got a body here, a fatter snowball down below. And he'll have some buttons, and we'll make the, I guess I'll make the scarf come down this way. And this will all be drawn in with my needle. And what do they usually put on the bottom? More buttons. I want to put something Christmassy. Let's put a heart up here on his hat. A candy cane. I could put the candy cane like so. And bring this out a little bit more so I can get the candy cane on there. Oh, do you mean draw a candy cane? I thought you meant put him on the snowman. A candy cane would be good. We'll do a candy cane. I think that's what she meant. I was focusing on my snowman. What would you put on here if you were building a snowman? Would you just leave that, or would you put something in there? He would have hands, you know, but I'm not going to put hands on him. Christmas tree? Yeah, I could do a Christmas tree. I think I'll do the candy cane, though, and stop there because I do want to cut these out. And it's already 8:30. Yes, not with the snowman, but you can if you want. We'll do a candy cane. I like the idea. I think I'll just do one. If I crossed them, you know, like put candy canes like that, it has the potential to break. It's hard enough just doing it this way and not having it break. But I do like the idea of doing a candy cane. So we'll do it, because it's a nice, simple shape. And I might make it fatter. And let's redo this part. A little bit fatter. And I think that will be enough for All right, I think I'm pretty happy with that. Let's outline him. He's holding a candy cane. I don't know if I want that there or not, but he has to have something there. I'm wanting to put a pocket or a pouch or something, but then I have to have the arms. If I draw the arms in there and emboss them in, let's erase that candy cane. I don't think she meant it for the snowman anyway. I was focused on my candy cane, on my snowman when she said that. All right, we'll have him coming down like so. We'll make him a little fatter. Put some. And then I'm going to have his arms as part of the, and he's going to hold, what is he going to hold? He needs a longer arm. A longer arm. He's going to hold a bag. And I'll draw that out with my ink pen. Let's do the, I want to move on here. Put a heart in there. And really this should have more of a tie in there, but I'm just gonna leave it like that. You know, have some fringe there. And I'll come around his shoulder and I'll have marks like that with my needle. And here's his eyes. Pretty big eyes. His carrot nose. And we'll just put little dots on there for now. I don't know if I want that. And let's bend that. And then he's going to be holding a bag, kind of a lopsided bag. Let's give him some buttons. And all right, that's good enough. Well, have some stripes on the scarf there. I don't like his hand, but I don't want to. I would probably want to poke sticks in there if I were doing this for, but I don't want to go out and outside and look for sticks at 9 o'clock at night. And this will be the candy cane. It's not perfect. I'll do a better job when I do it for real in the dough. All right. I'm good with those. Now what I'm going to do, pencil, where's my other pencil? I've got the pencil. a roller. The other pencil, I don't know what happened to my green pencil. I like my green one. But we'll use those two. I want to cut these out. And put my scissors over here. Could use those. I was looking for the little ones. They get buried. So these are just going to be patterns that I can use. Now I drew them this way, but when I cut them out of the dough, I think I'll want to look, and I love that the ink came through both sides. So if I want this guy facing this way, I've got to turn it like that when I trace him on there. I think. It just depends. I probably won't trace them through the paper. I'll draw them on like I did here. Let's just play. And this one will be fairly simple to do. Meri and her curves. I don't do circles and curves very well. And I'm going to cut it there and cut it down this way. Alright, let's get this out of the way. There's the candy cane. Let's do the little gnome girl. She turned out pretty good, didn't she? Now, if I were doing this as a cookie cutter, I probably would not be able to get this type of a curve. I might if I used a pop can, but I don't think I could curve. I know I couldn't, that steel. I bought some aluminum, I don't know what you call it, banding, that I'm going to try to use, and if that doesn't work, I'm going to resort to a pop can and have my brother instruct me how to make a cookie cutter. Could get him interested in doing it. He made all sorts of airplanes, and he gave some to his on his significant other side of the family, the grandkids. Gave away a semi and a piano and a tractor and I don't know what all. He gave them away. He wanted them to have them. A race car, a piano. I loved the piano that he did. He did a really good job on that piano. It was like a baby grand, and it stood pretty high. It stood pretty high, and it was well made for you pop cans. And I told him he had the bench, and he had the little foot pedals down at the bottom, and he had the keyboard, and the piano did not open up. He didn't have that going on, but he did a good job on it. I think he did it, I want to say it looked like he did it out of cream soda cans. It looked like it was like maybe a dark red. It wasn't a beer can. I don't know what he used. I didn't even know it was out there. He's got a knight in shining armor. He gave a windmill, I think, with the tractor. I think he had the windmill out. His grandson farms. And the grocer got the semi-truck. The guy who's married to his ex-wife's, how does that go? His ex-wife's son's ex-wife's husband. But they're nice. They're good to him. And the kids call him Grandma and Grandpa, and he runs a grocery store, and she runs, not the grandchildren, but the wife and her husband. He runs the grocery, well, he owns the grocery store, and she's co-owner of a assisted living or a care facility. One of the better ones around here, I would say. She's a people person. She loves all her little grandchildren, and she's getting them. My brother, I didn't go to the, I forget what it was, a birthday party or something earlier this year. I'm not good at big gatherings. I went to their pizza dinner not too long ago, but when they have and they have kids and cousins and people I don't know, I'm a lump on the log. So I don't really totally enjoy all of that. But my brother enjoys it. He enjoys the little ones. My brother makes a good grandpa, I have to say. And he came home, and she said she was in her glory, talking about the wife, who was my brother's significant other's son's ex-wife. It's a mouthful. I'm going to put the bird with these. Here's the mouse. Got to have a little mouse. What? How does it go? Not a creature with stirring. Not even a mouse. Now I would do the Christmas spider, but he's too long and leggy to make a cookie out of. Unless I would get sticks for the legs, paint them black or something. I could do something like that, but I just want to use up the remaining dough that I have, and I'll be getting that as soon as I get these cut. And we'll see if we can cut them at least, and then I'll cook them. I bake them for, I set the oven at 350. I bake them at 350 just like you would a cookie, because it is just flour. It's cinnamon, flour, and salt, and water. That's all that's in this recipe. And, if you bake a cookie at 350 for 15 or 20 minutes, your cookie's done. Well, these, because we want them hard, we don't want a soft cookie, we want a hard one. I bake them for a little over an hour or 2 hours. But after an hour, I keep an eye on them, make sure I don't burn them. But I haven't burned them yet. I haven't burnt them yet. And this will be my third batch. My first batch, I just made 3. And then I made all those birds that I showed earlier. My second batch. And the only reason I'm doing these now is because I don't want to waste that dough. And I think I'll have enough to do all of them. I may not. I don't know. We'll see. So, we had a nice Christmas, though. I think we did. We had kind of a hectic November and December. My brother is getting things organized so that if something happens to him, all the financial estate stuff and burial stuff and all that will be taken care of. And it's much easier on my nephew and his wife. They'll know exactly what needs to be done. And so we were running all over the place doing that, and he had doctor appointments. And next year mine will be simpler. I don't own property or anything like that. But I do have my own, if something happens to me, I want to have my own. I'm going to write my own obituary, because I don't think my family really know me. Know what, I don't even think they know what year I went to school and where I went and how. I guess they knew I was a programmer, but I don't think they know me enough in my background to write a decent obituary. It would be like, she died. So I'm going to write my own obituary, and I have insurance, a policy, a burial type thing, and it will more than cover a prearranged funeral. But I need to get a hold of the company that I have it from and work with the undertaker, the funeral home, and allot a certain amount of that money for my burial arrangements, and then she'll take care of all the, do you want flowers, do you want somebody talking? I'll tell you, my brother, I'll tell you, I have the hardest time not shaking some sense into him. I don't want to go into what he said to me this weekend about what he believed spiritually. And, I pray for him. And I tell him I pray for him. I said, I want you in heaven. He's not a Christian. He's not a born-again Christian. And I don't even know if he really even believes in God. And I really don't want to talk about his beliefs. That's his right to believe how he wants to believe. But it's kind of my responsibility to keep him in my prayers and to set him straight. Not preach at him, set him straight, but pray for him. And I pray for both of my brothers, and for my nephew and their family, because I don't try to force my religion on them, but I do believe it's my responsibility to pray for them and pray that they'll not miss heaven. That's what I tell him. I don't want him to miss heaven. And he really, I got to watch what I say, because it's not fair for me to talk about what he believes when he's not around and all of that. Except for he's not a Christian. And that concerns me, because I want him in heaven. And, I can't force my beliefs on him. And I know that. God doesn't want me to do that. But here I am just yakking away. I need a drink of water. If you're a Christian, you should be praying for your unsaved family. Let's put it that way. I had the opportunity. My sister, my older sister, and I were not close. She graduated from high school and left home when I was still in 6th grade. And, you know, I was the little sister. She didn't have much to do with me, and she was interested in other things, and we were just not close, and we were never close. But when I lived up in Madison, she got in touch with me. I didn't hunt her down, she hunted me down. And I think she knew that her time on earth was coming to a close. And I had the opportunity to talk to her. And I kept it simple. I don't know, she never really let me know if it had an effect on her, but I had the opportunity to share my faith with, I'm reaching for my wax paper, wherever that is. I had the opportunity to share my faith with my older sister before she passed away. And I think that was a God thing. I got some stuff here that's fallen on the floor. I'm reaching for wax paper. And really, I should be using on this side of the fence. This is what I want. So, but we don't know what their heart, I mean, we know what they say to us, but their heart of hearts, that's really between them and God. And it's just my responsibility to speak my faith to them and not force it on them, but witness to them and pray for them. That's my responsibility, she says. And my younger brother, don't get me started on my younger brother. He's an atheist or an agnostic. I forget which one he says he is. But I always pray. I pray that verse in, you know, that in the Bible, in my revised, not my revised standard, but the King James Version, it says, he leaves the 100 and goes in search of the one until he finds him. And I just keep praying that spiritually the Lord would find him. You gotta leave it up between them and God. I can tell you guys what I think, but they aren't listening. They don't know. And you can think what you want about what I said, but that's where I am with my relationship with the spiritual part of my family. Now, my mom and dad were not, I think my dad might have become a silent Christian because he worked. My dad was a school teacher, but he didn't teach all the time. What did I do with that water? Where did I put it? But I didn't hang it back up. Well, I wanted to put some more. Did I put it over here? I guess I wanted to get that down a little bit more. I guess it'll be fine. But he worked for a farmer that I think sat him down and talked to him. And I kind of have a heart feeling that I'm going to see my dad in heaven. I think he might have made a decision. This is the dough that I have left, and it's pretty soft yet. But I need my water because I want to moisten it some more before I roll it out. So I've got to find what I did with my wire. But I didn't hang it back up. I don't see it. I usually hang it back up. Where did I put that wire? Did I put it on the floor? Yes. And my mom, you know, it's so hard because they're good people. My mom and dad were good people. They treated us kids good. They did the best they could to care for us, and they were just plain good folk. See, I think this is starting to dry out here. I think that's the salt. And when I re-moisten this, it's pliable, but it's starting to dry out. When I re-moisten it, I punch it like this, and then I squirt some water in the hole here, and then I squeeze it, and then I keep doing that until it becomes moist and pliable. But this dough, gosh, it's been a couple weeks when I mixed this together. And I mixed the recipe, what the recipe called for, but I guess I didn't use it all. It made more than what I needed at once. And I want to use it up tonight. I was going to tell you about my mom. She was kind of like my dad. She never really forced what she believed on us kids. I guess I was the guinea pig. I was the one she sent to church. I went to a Lutheran church because that's what they had in the small town where I lived. And I learned, you know, I learned all about the Bible. I didn't learn about having a personal relationship. I learned that later in life. But I learned the Bible. I learned all the Bible stories. I still think of I had a man Sunday school teacher. And I still wonder whatever happened to him. I don't know. But I just have a hunch that he probably prayed for me. I was just this small town girl, you know, not even a very pretty one. Kind of clumsy and not very athletic, very quiet and what everybody called shy. I didn't see myself as shy, but everybody else saw me as being shy. I was lost. I was lost in my high school years. I didn't know who I was. I didn't know what I believed. I did well in high school. I didn't flunk. I wasn't, you know, I went to a small school. There was no, among my friends, there was no smoking and drinking, and drugs were unheard of then. And, you know, like it is in the schools today or among young kids today. They have different problems. I wasn't very athletic. I was artistic. But we didn't have art. We didn't have any art. We didn't have art in our school until my senior year. And then I painted little acrylic canvases looking at a picture of a deer in the forest. Did some paper mache. I did draw a lot, though. But most of my art really was not, well, when I went to the university, I took art, but, and I don't know. Took drawing classes. My drawing classes were probably what I enjoyed the most about going to the university. I did do some clay, not sculpture, but ceramic courses. See how much more pliable this has gotten? How much softer it is? Even around the edges, it's not cracking as much. I think I'll give it one more squirt of water, and I think I'll mix this in with it first, though. and have one big piece. This is just what was left over from what I did those birds, and it's probably a little bit more pliable than, because I've already, yeah, it's more pliable than this piece was. Although it's kind of dry on the edges when I kind of cracky in there. Let's put some water on it. Then I'll mix the two together. And all this is, it looks like a, I won't tell you what it looks like, but all it is cinnamon, flour, and salt. It's just the dough. It's what you find out in your kitchen. It looks like a dark clay is what it looks like. Well, other than other things, but I'll put some water on here again. All right, I'm going to mix these two together and kind of get these going, and then I'll start rolling it out. I might have to split it in half. To roll it out, because there's still quite a bit of dough there. But it becomes more workable the more you soften it and work with it. And I was wondering, I have that pasta machine that I got from Debbie Epps. And I don't know why I couldn't run this through the pasta machine, because it's like a pasta dough almost. I don't know why I couldn't run this through that pasta machine. I'm not going to. I'm going to roll it out with my little roller pin, but I might experiment with that, making myself some dough and run it through that pasta machine sometime in the future. Got a lot of things I want to do. I know I'm just chattering here, but I'm working with my dough. I'm chattering while I'm working with my dough here. I don't have my little tree decorated. It's sitting over here with 3 icicles on it. And I thought, oh, Christmas is over with and I don't have my tree decorated. Well, I got the one out in the living room up and everything. But what I think I'll do, and I have to get in the back room to get at it, is I got some cotton batting. I think I'll make some snowmen for January. And I could still use my tatted icicles, and I could keep it up in January, and then when February come, I could put pink hearts on it. And then it would be Easter. So I might just keep playing with that tree rather than putting it away. All right, I think I'm getting a pretty good clump of dough here. I don't know if I could roll this out, if I need to split this in half, because let's start making it into a triangle. I might need to spread some more water on it. Not a triangle, a rectangle. Because it needs to be at least a 1/4 inch thick, rather than 3/4 of an inch thick. And I'm just going to kind of press it with my hands. And I have learned that when I roll it out, it tends to get thinner at the edges. So I keep going like this to keep those edges thick. And I need to get some dowels. I'll put that on my list. I got almost everything on my list from last week. I finally found my safety pins and my Q-tips, and I wanted cotton swabs and Q-tips, not cotton swabs, Q-tips and toothpicks, and I don't know, I had quite a list of things I wanted. A glass cutter. now I need to go to the thrift store and look for some, either a mirror that I can cut, or maybe even start with a glass picture frame, a small one. And I'm going to start playing with learning how to cut glass again. And when you do that, I bought some sandpaper. You need to, I got my gardening gloves out, but I need to get a cleaner pair of gloves to work with that stuff. So I'll probably buy me a pair of gloves too, because I can always use those in the garden later. Well, I think I'm ready to roll. I think I've got it pretty well pressed out. I don't know if I'll get all my patterns done. Let's take this saran wrap off. I'll put it over here for now. And then I also have candle making that I want to do. All right, here's my roller. What did I do with my pencils? I'll roll it this way first, I guess. No, I'm going to have to roll it. I think I might have to cut this in half. To get to my pencils, if I roll here first, let's shape this up a little more. And then I'll move my pencils down. I need to get some dowels. My pencils are moving. I probably should cut it in half, but we'll see how this goes. Pitch that up a little. And it doesn't hurt for them to be a little thick, because it'll take a little bit longer for thicker cookies to dry out. But I don't want them too thick. I don't want them too thin either. It's getting almost too long for my... let's do it this way. I'm gonna roll it. Yeah, see, it's... I want it straighter. Now I'll put my pencils like that and see if I can't roll it this way. It's a little bit awkward, but my pencils up a little. I need a long dowel is what I need. 2 of them. I forgot to get dowels. So there, the dough is the thickness of my pencil, which is probably about, oh, it's not a 1/4, it's probably about 3/8 of an inch thick, these pencils, approximately. Ooh, I was going to move them down a little. if I can't just hold it that way while I'm rolling it. This way a little. That will thin it out, but. And I'm probably taking some of the moisture out of it, playing with it like this. Alrighty. It doesn't have to be perfect, Mary. I think maybe I'll flip it over. I think I'm getting there. Because if I play with it too much, it's going to dry out on me. Let's flop it over once. Yeah, I can feel how thin it is in here. Make it a little thicker. It's not going to matter on the edges if it's not pretty, because I'm going to be cutting. Where are my designs? There's the nutcracker. Let's see how many of it I can get on here. Here's the cat. I've already done birds. Let's put the snowman. Boy, he's just fitting. The snowman. I don't know if I can press him in there. A stick. A candy cane. A little gnome girl. I'll put her like this. That dough is kind of thin in there. I think I'll just get them on, one of each, and I'll have extra dough if I want to make, I may make more than one little gnome girl. And the mouse. Let's pull this up. Oh, I can't pull it up. Well, I guess I could move my camera down. Let me see if pressing on this will keep it from scooshing around too much. All right. Let me move my camera down a little because I'm working way down at the edge on your view. So I'll move my camera that way. What did Carol say? Somebody said, good idea, Carol. Let me look. Allie said, Mary, see Mina above. Mina, Allie says, oh boy, was the glass microwave safe. Could have been metal in wick. I heated the wax pellets in the microwave and a Dollar Tree candle. A tall Dollar Tree candle blew up, and the glass shards were in the microwave. Perhaps the wicks had metal in it. That is scary. I was going to do mine in the microwave, and then I had second thoughts. I melted the candle that I made in a double boiler. And I went to town and got in fact, that metal pan I got specifically to use for my candle making that you saw me get this dough out of. All right, we're going to start here. I'm just going to trace around. And I have found that if I get a little water on my and dip my needle in it. Keep the tip of my needle. It doesn't drag it. Yeah, I would melt the candle in a double boiler. But that's just me. I don't know if it can be done in the microwave. It might be able to. The curves are what the dough, where the dough gets a little, it doesn't like the curves that well. And you will see, once I get this guy out and set him aside, you'll see him start to dry out, and you'll see white. And in fact, those birds had white even when I cooked them. And I'm just wondering if that wasn't the salt in the dough. But you guys made me, you were real nice about it. You said it looks like snow on the birds. And I don't think that would happen so much with applesauce ornaments. Applesauce and cinnamon. This is more like a salt dough ornament. So there's my little, so I need to get his foot in here. Yeah, it's not easy to do the curves. But I can take a paintbrush and get around those jaggedy edges, and because this is dough, it will soften it. Let's pull this out. Yeah, this part is not very pretty. Get in there. I didn't see, I have to look above yet. I want to work on this. I want to work on this, you guys, because if I don't work on this dough while it's still kind of moist, it will start drying out on me. So I'll come back in and read for those comments. They said, Mary, look above. It's already starting to dry out here. And I can take this rough part with my paintbrush and soften all that out, all the crumbly stuff in there. But I need to get it out. His foot. I'm going to make it a little bigger there just because I'm... let's... And I could use the knife, but I find that the needle works better than the knife. Now I got the cat's tail here. I'm making them pretty close together. put that over there. He's kind of rough on the edges here, but like I said, I'll take my paintbrush and smooth him all out. I got to get him out first. And you can work with it. I might take and squirt a little water on the top of him, of the ones, or just put that saran wrap over them until I get all of them cut out. I probably should just roll it out a little at a time. Maybe I'm learning a lesson here. Let's put that cat back here. His tail was there. His body is here. I think I know what I have here, but I think my dough is going to get dry before let's me split down here. And I'm just going to take this dough and re-moisten it and re-roll it out again because I'm afraid it's going to dry up on me. I've got the fan going. I'm going to put some more water in there. So I guess I'm going to kind of do this one or two at a time. I still have my saran wrap here. Let's take a piece and probably should have done that in the first place. And I'll save this other piece to put over the ones that I cut out. Now, his shoulder really needed to come up a little higher. Let's pull him off. Now I'll smooth him out. He's a little rough, but I think once I get him, work with him, I'm going to just lightly put a little water on him. Let him think about it. And then I'm going to take this saran wrap and kind of put over it while I'm working on the cat. Let's move this dough over a little. I'm gonna do this. Just a little moisture on it. My desk is not level. That's much better. This is why I want cookie cutters. But I don't even know if I can get maybe with a pop can I might be able to get a metal that will move, and I was wondering if you could make cookie cutters with 3D printers. Oh, don't get me started on that. Meri wants a scan and cut. Becky's sister does, or has done 3D printing. They made that dragon for me. As soon as I get my cat cut out, I'll come and look at chat. I know you guys said something to me. Probably about the cat's toes. It's not going to matter because they'll just be shapes. Right now, Mina says, cats have more than 3 toes, Mary. I'll bet that's what she's telling me. See, that gets to be pretty intricate. Even just the feet there. When cutting it out of dough, I'm going to have to get in there and shape that up. Now, I'm not going to worry about it until I get it cut out. Now, the head, the tail, and the head here. Let's just cut it this way. See, I tend to drag my needle through that dough and then it'll clump up. I need to go down and go down to clear to the table. And I need to cut these patterns out of a cardboard. I've just got them on copy paper. If I'm going to use them and use them and use them. I don't know if I'm going to use them that much. I just want to use up my dough. Now let's cut this way. Now I'm going to turn it so I can get at it easier. Like fussy cutting with a needle. What time is it getting to be? 9:30. I don't know if I'll get all these cut out. Maybe I'll do the candy cane next. That'll be pretty easy. Snowman, the mouse shouldn't be that hard. Let's see what I have. I just need the shape. Yeah, my paper's pretty wet because I put water on it. The dough to keep it moist. Not too bad. Clean up this area a little. Of course, the sketch looks better than the dough. But that's just a matter of I don't have all the right tools. I can see where it's starting to dry out on the edges. And I'm going to fold this. We'll give him a little squirt, just a distant squirt here, just to keep him moist. Put this over there, just to keep him. Mix this in with the other dough. So there's the nutcracker, and I have to smooth out the edges. I think once I cook them, they'll be okay. Let me just put that dough under there. My hands are dry. I want to do the snowman, should be pretty simple shape, and the mouse and the candy cane. The little gnome girl shouldn't be that hard, but I'll go with these next. Let's do the snowman and save those two off. Okay, let me come out and look at chat. I'm going to have to oil down my hands after wash them good and put some hand cream on them. Let me get my phone out. I can read the chat better. I'm sorry, my camera is not seeing everything way down here in the corner. That's because this whole thing needs moved. Oh, I don't think I can come. Last time I did this, I snapped my phone off of the... It's a little better, I think. I can't move this because I got everything all plastered down. All right, let me look at chat. Let me look at chat. Let me refresh it. Come back in. Go chat filter, all messages. Hi, Goldie. Mary, I made the pink papers that you opened this morning. Oh, you made those? Wow. Well, they're nice. They looked like Jacqueline's. Good job, and thank you for sending me some. I'm so privileged. You guys, you treat me good. Thank you. Mina says, hi, Steph. Allie K says, hi, Steph. Goldie says, hi, Mary, Crystal. Is Crystal in here? Crystal, Allie, Linda, Carol, Stacy May, Mina, and more. Thank you guys for joining me tonight. Allie K says, for craft purposes, it wouldn't have to be food grade. I wonder if anyone out in the craft community has a 3D printer. Perhaps you could have your cookie cutters designed by I was wondering that too. I know that Becky's sister has a 3D printer, and I think they have a 3D printer at the Media Lab in not our county library, but the county where we go shopping. has a media center in the basement of their library. And I think they have a 3D printer that does not float around to other libraries. I think it's stable. And I don't know if I could do a cookie cutter. I would think that I could. You know, 3D printing is becoming a lot more common than what it was several years ago, even 5 years ago. I've never done a 3D printer, but I could probably go to that library and learn if I had time. Love to be mom, welcome in. Would an X-Acto knife work? It would. She's asking about, I tried the X-Acto knife, but I find I do not have the same type of control that I have with the needle. I actually prefer the needle over the X-Acto knife, even though it does not have a sharp blade. I just prefer it better. But it kind of depends probably on your preference. Some people might prefer the X-Acto knife. I tried it and I set it down and picked up the needle. Linda and Tim are in here. Let's see. Let's see. It's not hard to do the 3D printer, Carol says. Hi, Carol. It's not hard to do the 3D printer? Well, that sounds neat. I went and bought some aluminum on a roll. I'm going to play with that first, but because I bought it. And, you know, I can play with that aluminum stuff with other things, too. It doesn't have to be a cookie cutter. I know it with the aluminum. With the steel, I bought some steel, and that's too stiff. But even with the steel, I could cut it with the steel banding. I could cut it with my scissors, and I could probably make a circle, a 3-inch circle, but I don't think that it has this flexibility to do the curving that I would need. I think the aluminum might work better. I bought some aluminum, but I went to Menards and got it, and they use it for like their duct work and stuff like, I don't even know what they use it for, building, construction stuff. And I asked him what weight it was, and he couldn't even find the weight of it on the packaging. So I'm I don't know exactly what I got, but it was not terribly expensive that if it doesn't work, it was worth a try. And I'll probably explore the 3D printing route by going to the library and seeing what I could learn. Because I think they have a 3D printer in their media lab. But Carol says it's not hard. You have one, Carol? She says, no, we have one. Those metal tapes are very sharp. Be careful. Yes, I have leather gloves that I use, and they're pretty thick. I use them when they're dirty because I garden with them, but I'm ready for a new pair of gloves anyway. So, oops, got an ad. Yeah, you need to be very, very careful when you're working with metal. Yeah, I knew that right off the bat. I'm very sensitive with, I don't want to cut my fingers. You could look online if they're already made. Oh, really? Well, I would probably, you see, something like this with a 3D printer would not be difficult. I probably would want the shape and not all the detail with a cookie cutter. I don't know if you could do, I don't know if you could do a cookie cutter that would have all of this stuff embossed and go down that way. I don't know. I'm just thinking the shape of it. There's a website that you can make 3D files. Tinkercard. Oh, really? I'll have to explore that, Alec. You can look online to see if there's any already made. Well, I like to do my own stuff, to tell you the truth. I like to do it because then I can call it mine. But looking at to see what's already made, I would know that something could be done. Mary, I made the pink papers. That's cool. Goldie, thank you for sharing those with me. Mina told me something above. Mary, Crystal, Allie K. Oh, this is where Goldie's saying hello to everybody. For craft purposes, it would not have to be food grade. I wonder if anybody, let's see, what are we talking about? Oh, you're talking about the plastic would not have to be food grade. And she's asking if the X-Acto knife would work. Science-wise, I don't know if wax gets hotter in the microwave or the double boiler. I don't know either. I would think it would get hotter in the microwave. I would think your wax would get much hotter if you microwaved it. A double boiler, you have water, and the water is heating heating the bottom of the pan that's melting the wax. I don't know if it would get hotter, but I would think it would get hotter faster. I don't know either. That's a good question. Google it and let me know. I thought of doing the double boiler. Yeah. I went to the thrift store. I had to go to a couple thrift stores to find. I already have a round piece a round steel heavy pan, what you call them, it looks like a soup pot, with the handles out here that I use for dyeing when I dye. I don't dye a whole lot of stuff, but every now and then I'll do some dyeing. And I already had that, but I didn't have a pan to put the wax in. And so, and I found one. I had to go to another thrift store to get it, but I found it. And I got some candles on the Facebook Marketplace that I broke them all apart. They were easy. They were about maybe 6 or 8 inches long, and they have all the wicks in them. And I just cut them with a knife, not even a sharp knife, a little hand knife, and I just cut them that way. And I didn't cut clear through the wick. I just cut around, and then I just broke them off. I made a good cut down, and then they just broke off. And that seemed to work, and I made them in a bowl, but what I didn't do was tape my wicks down, so they got kind of crooked in my hot wax. And I might have to take all that out and redo it. Because I made a 3 wick. The bowl was maybe about 5 or 6 inches in diameter, probably more, about 5 inches in diameter. And I put 3 wicks in them, but they kind of floated around. I think I only got 2 wicks in it, to tell you the truth. I'm looking to see what Mina said. That is crystal. Good idea, Carol. Love to be mom. Are you crystal? The small slow cookers are good for melting glue and wax and keeping it warm and usable. Now see, that's a good idea. We just my brother wanted to grind up some meat, and he had a well, I'm going to call it a grinder, a chopper that he likes to grind up his meat. Our counter's getting kind of full because I have my steamer and my blender out there, and we had the big old slow cooker, and he wanted to get out his little blender that he likes to chop up meat in. And it was sitting out there, and I asked him, he says, put that slow cooker away. The way I don't use it anymore. He just doesn't use it anymore. So I found a spot in our cupboard for it. And yeah, a slow cooker. Or even maybe I think an electric skillet would be too shallow, even with the base. You know, I think you'd be doing good to have maybe a quart or 2 quart size. You wouldn't want a big slow cooker unless you were doing. But I used a stew pot. That's what I'm going to call it. A steel stew. It's a big, heavy one. And it probably holds maybe about 5 or maybe 6 quarts of water. And then I have that other pan that I'm going to use to melt the wax in. That's what I'm going to do, because I don't do this all the time. I'm just playing. Oh, got an ad. Can't see you guys. But that's a good idea with the slow cooker. I look for one, and I want to look for a blender. I'm doing more stuff like this. I like to art journal, but, you know, I like the little DIY stuff too. And I'm also looking for a blender that I can use for paper making. I'm on look out for that. You can get them at the thrift stores, you know, something that you don't want to use for cooking anymore. I'm still looking for Mina's. Meri, see Mina above. Meri, I love how you think using the pencils. That's all I had was the pencils. I've only used wax over collage for encaustic purposes, Linda says. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't really done encaustic, but I've done some batiking when Rosemary Morris was doing batiking. And I want to get that out. I got some stamps. I got some new ones. They're not here on the table. I was looking for the one that was here on the table. I'm not going to look for it too hard here. But um, I like to make the wax seals, and I'm still working with that, getting a good... I found that if you carve those erasers for wax seals, you have to get it fairly deep. You can't just get a shallow. I think my carving has been too shallow. The deeper you carve, the more wax you're going to get into that groove, and the better it's going to show up. I wasn't totally happy with my Christmas tree that I did. It's kind of rough, but you know, they're just white erasers. I'll do another one. I haven't had time to do it, but that's the lesson I've learned there, is to, when I carve, to carve just a little bit deeper. And I buy the stamps too, but they're kind of expensive. I mean, if you have $6 or $7 to buy a stamp head with, I was looking for one of them that I bought, but I don't see it right here now. I shuffle things around. Mina says, let's see, I'm looking for Mina. I love to be mom says, I heated the wax pellets in the microwave and a Dollar Tree candle. Yeah, I read that. And the candle blew up and the glass shards were in the microwave. Perhaps the wicks had metal in it. That could be. But I don't know. I shied away from the microwave. If you cut glass, Mina says, this is what Mina said. If you cut glass, make sure you wear safety glasses. And when you sand, a mask so you don't breathe in the grass grit. Okay. Well, I got the gloves, but I will buy, I'll put that on my list, Mina, if you're listening, to get some safety. I'm sure my brother has some, but I'll buy some from me. That is good advice. I wear glasses, but they're just regular eyeglasses. That doesn't guarantee that your eyes aren't going to get damaged if something flies up. Yeah, safety glasses is a good idea. And when you sand a mask so you don't breathe in glass grit. And I have masks from 2020. Ali K says, I've not done much with wax. I don't know too much about it. I'm learning. I'm just learning with everybody else. I love to be mom says, I need to investigate more. I use 2 types of wax. Well, I just went and bought some candles. I bought some candles. They must have used them for a wedding or even maybe a candlelight service, a church service or something, because they were about 6 or 8 inches long. And I got a whole box of them for $10. It must have cost them, well, if you estimate even 75 cents a candle, and there are at least 75 in there. Probably, well, maybe not that many. Let's just narrow it down to like 50. Between 25 and 50. I think I've already done 25, and I still have a lot left in the box. So probably, I'm going to say 50 candles. Well, let's just say they're 50 cents a piece. And there's 50 of them. What would that be? 20-some dollars? $2, 2 for $1. And there's 50 would be $25. And if there were 100 candles, that would be $50, and I got them for $10. So, and then I bought some, I just showed you the other day that I got a sack of them at the thrift store because the thrift store is moving to a new building, so they're marking everything down to get their inventory cleared out. So they're marking, I don't know what I paid for them, probably about $1 or so, maybe $2. But there were at least 10 tall candles in there, if not 15. I don't know. I have to go look. I'm just yakking off the top of my head here. Amina says, I wonder why they broke. Did they break getting them out or after? I think she's talking about I Love Mom. I filled the mold to the top so they would be thick enough. Yes, I melted wax in vintage candy mold and Norwegian molds, and I waited for it to firm up. Did you use molds, Crystal? Sorry, they broke. I think silicone molds are probably your best bet, because removing the silicone, you can pull the silicone away from the wax rather than with a stiff mold, you can't bend the mold. I think a silicone, and then you can make your own silicone molds too. And you can buy that silicone and mix it with something other. That's another thing I want to try, but can't try everything at once. It looks like gingerbread dough. Yeah. Looks like Marilyn's Homestead says she's off to bed. I love to Mom says, thanks, Carol, for clarifying. What did Carol say? Crystal, I'm Carol. So Crystal must be, I've never met you, Crystal. I love to be Mom is Crystal. Did you and your siblings get baptized? Are you talking to me, Allie Kay? Are you asking if I got baptized, or are you talking to somebody else? I don't know if I was baptized when I was, I'm going to move on here. I don't know if I was baptized when I was a child, but after, when I got serious about my religion in college, see that water just kind of smoothed everything out here. I was baptized. I was baptized by immersion, the church that I attended at the university. They believed in baptism by immersion. And that's really soft. I think what I'm going to do at this point, before I move on, is grab those birds and put this on that parchment paper. I think I'll put some, let me get the birds out here. I really need a box. Let me see if I can reach this box. I don't know what's in it. I don't think anything is. Can I reach it? Oh, there's something in it. Oh, this is, hold on, let me get these things out so I can, all right. Turn my chair back so I can sit down. I'm kind of blocked myself in. I'm kind of in a little cockpit area here. I'm going to take these birds and just put them in here for now. And when I get to decorating them, I'll get them out because I want to put these on the tray here. And these should keep. If you're careful with them, if you don't go, they should. The ones that I made a couple years ago are still good. I had them out last Christmas. All right, let's do this. Bring my cat up here. I'm going to turn my parchment paper over here. Put my cat on. Fix his ears. And you know, he doesn't have to be perfect. I used a paintbrush on those others, but I think that water softened this enough. Now what I want to do with my needle and my cat pattern, wherever he went off to, over here. Let's see if I can't at least get the tail in there. Just draw it. I'm not going down inside of it. I'm just kind of drawing the cat. He won't be perfect. I'm not looking for perfection. I thought, sure, Mina was going to tell me a cat didn't have 3 toes. I was wrong. She was more concerned about my eyes than how many toes I put on my cat. Okay, let's give him a collar. So I'm just kind of embossing the dough. I'm not going all the way through. And let's give him a circle here. And his poor little feet. And I'm just going to take and press. I'm just going to press a couple presses in there for the toes. And I'm not going to worry about the tummy, but I do want to get a nose on him. So let's do that. And I suppose I should try to do the eyes. Oh, eyes are tricky for me. And I can tell this dough is already drying out along the edges here. I can see it's turning white. And I put a heart in there. I don't think I'll get a heart in there. I might have to paint a heart on there. And let's see if I can get an eye. His face is... I've got some dough in there. It shouldn't be there. Kind of soften that up a little. All right, let's get some sort of an eye on him. And I think I'll just do the oval part and worry about how it looks as far as painting later. This one needs to be up a little higher. He's not gonna be perfect. He's far from perfect. Push that down a little. Now, let's see if I can get a whisker or two on him. Can you guys see what I'm doing? My tablet, somehow when I'm working, it seems to go in ultra fast speed. I don't like what's going on there, but I don't know if I can fix it. That's how I cut it. I can't really soften it out without getting it too wet. I'm going to leave it. Oh, maybe his feet need to be a little more defined in here. I'll put a foot there, and maybe a foot in here. When your dough starts getting, and I don't want to spritz it with water again, so I'm going to leave him the way he is. Don't work with him too much. I suppose if I did him 100 times, he would look better. Now, let's my poor little nutcracker man here. He's pretty wet. I spritzed him pretty good. And you know, I didn't spritz this with oil. When I cooked those birds, I spritzed my paper with oil. I don't know how. This is parchment paper, so it should come off, but... All right, well, this is my nutcracker boy, man. See if I can maybe move his legs out a little here. Spritzing it with water really smoothed out the edges. Maybe a little bit too much. All right, where's my nutcracker? Let's put that dough back in there for now. And my patterns are wet because he was in the water. All right, so he's got a line here, and his hat comes down this way. That dough is really wet. I have a little feather in there. I'm wondering if I take a towel and just press on that, if that would absorb some of the... I spritz that dough more than once, and it's wet. See if I can't pick up a little of the moisture. That helped. All right. It's so wet there, it's doughy. And his arms aren't straight. You straighten out your arm here. All right, we'll make the little gloves there. Make a line coming down this way. A little hand that way. A little hand coming down this way. And a hand. I'm going to put the belt here. And I'm just pressing into the dough with my needle. I'll press it there. The circles are hard. The lines aren't too hard. The circles, they tend to... That's moist in there. Let's see if I can't pick up a little of that moisture. That's really moist in there. Let's do the little shoulder pads. And I might just put some lines in there. I'm not going to try a face. And let's see. Let's do a head. That dough is, it's almost too wet. All right. He's got a collar. The circles and the curves are not easy to do. The dough kind of clumps up. And let's put a line down there. Now the buttons. Yeah. There's a button. Yeah. Yeah, the buttons are hard. Do another one here. They almost take up the whole. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm liking that. It's hard to get them defined. This one got kind of messed up. Could really paint the buttons on. Yeah, we'll do it this way. And I'm going to put another line here just for the fun of it. And I'm going to do a belt here. This line doesn't really need to be there, but I have it there, so I'm just gonna put some lines there. What is that? I don't know. It's something to do with this uniform. All right, and then I think I will try to, well, let's put it, see, it's already drying out there. I think I'll put a stripe here. Yeah, let's see if I can't get this off. That did pretty good. And put another stripe on this side. That got, I'm gonna press that in a little. All right, there's my cat. And then I'm going to put this over it for now to help keep it moist. I'm not going to spray it anymore. It's pretty soft the way it is, even though it's drying out at the edges. I got the fan going here. And let's just put this, kind of weight it down. I don't need the cat and the, I need these to dry out. I'm going to put them over here. All right, I need to get this off. I don't want to, here's my cat. My cat's pretty dry now. We're going to roll out some more dough. It is after 10, but I want to finish this. If Juju's on and you want to go watch her, please don't feel like you have to stay here. I do want to finish this because I got the dough all out and I just want to use it up. I don't want to have to fool with this after tonight. And I'm only going to take half of this. I'm just going to do 2 at a time. We got 2 more to do. Let's mix this in with that. Let's put this back. You can put Juju's link in. Somebody would put Juju's link in for me. I would appreciate it. She usually comes on at 10. But I'm not ready to leave. I am going to take a little of this water. Let's just sop up this and moisten this dough again. It's pretty moist, but we're rolling it out. Let's just put just a little squirt on it. And then I fold it in on it, and then I work it in. A lot of that moisture comes out in my hands. Get it in onto a rectangle. Why I want to say triangle, I don't know. Put this behind me. See, I think I'll do the snowman and the candy cane, and these two will be smaller. These two will be smaller. I think these will be easier to do. And if you do something like this, you want to keep simple shapes, as the Nutcracker might have been just a little bit more, although he shouldn't have been that hard. It's the edges there. Let's see, I need this to be pretty tall. Might be thinner than the others. I think I can get them both on once I get it all rolled out. Here's my other pencil. Here he is. He's hiding. I'm not saying I'm an expert in this. If you think there's a better way to do this, certainly do it. I'm just playing. I'm not pretending that I know what I'm doing. It's kind of, my paper's getting thin. This does keep the dough a nice thickness, a nice even thickness. I think I can get both these guys on here now. And I might have to turn this one a little. See if I can get this done before it gets too dry on me. Let's squirt some water over here. Whoops, wrong end of the needle. I'm finding if I don't draw it this way, but if I just press down, it's doing better, because when I draw it, I curl up that dough. So if I just get in there and press down on it, see, it wants to draw that dough up. And this candy cane is right to the edge here. Let it be to the edge. And let's take it out here. A much cleaner cut doing it that way. You learn as you go, the little things you learn. And yes, an X-Acto knife might work too. I used the X-Acto knife when I changed to the needle. I found I had more control with my needle for some reason. Maybe it was the shape of the blade versus the little narrow point of the needle. I don't know. Just dip that needle in water. It kind of softens the dough as I go. The curves are the hardest. Even the curves that look like they should be easy. He's a big, thick candy cane, but now I want to just spritz him from a distance. I might get a little, I don't want a whole lot of water on him, but I want to smooth him out. We'll just let that rest a little. He's a big, thick candy cane, but I think I'm happier with him. I don't think he'll be as apt to break. Let's do this guy. I'm going to cut down and cut this piece out. Now you could, if you had the forethought, Meri, you could get some little sticks, just some thin little sticks and put in there. I could probably use toothpicks, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to leave him like this for now. Now we got to get in here. Even this is a little bit more of a detail than it's just around the curves there of his hat. And let's cut that piece out. I think I got some paper on him. Cut a hole in my paper. Let's do this. 13 out of the way. Yeah, my paper's getting torn there. Stop tearing it, Mary. Now I should probably have this on one of those things I could twist around or something like this, so I could move the piece and not my needle, just like when you're fussy cutting. I'll have to get one of those too, I guess. So eyeglasses, protection eyeglasses, and I think I'm going to get me a new pair of gloves. This is all in the future. I'm not going to, and I'm not going to be doing it all at once. What did I say? A swivel thing. What do you call those roundy things? Doesn't ring a bell right now. I know what I mean. Let's cut this piece out. Alright, let's see what I have here. Whoops, I put that toe in the water. Shape him up a little, clean him off. I think I'll put down a new wax paper. Now I'm going to spritz him too, because I find that when I spritz him, that water will smooth out those edges a little. Just a little. Just let him sit there for a minute. Maybe I'll turn him over and put him over here out of the way. And where's my towel? Got a little moist on there, but I find it smooths out my edges. Let's bring my cookie sheet down. Like they're probably drying out. Yeah, see how they're drying out on the edges there? I don't mind that too much because I'll probably paint them, but... And I find that the back of them, when they dry on the front, the back of them still keeps their color. So consider this the back of them. Maybe. I'll probably paint them because I got all my detail there. Let's turn this around. I wanted him to face this way. My edge of the pan. Let's pull this down a little. Hope I can get them all on there. He's not perfect. Really wanted him flatter than that. Oh! Am I smishing my snowman? Alright. Is that the way I wanted him? Yeah, I think so. And I'm just going to make some curves. See, when you drag it, you're dragging the dough. I find that doesn't work. If you just kind of pounce down on it, it works better. My candy cane has weird stripes, what can I say? Gotta work fast, it's drying out. It's drying out on me. I'm gonna let them dry out. My birds didn't turn out too bad. If these turn out like my birds did, I'll count myself fortunate. And I'm going to be tucking these inside of a wreath. So I'm not worrying about putting holes in them or anything. All drying on the edge. Alright, we're going to leave them alone. Let's get the snowman. I'm going to put him... I need room for my... What is that? We can move this up. I need room for my mouse and my gnome. Yeah. And I could use that paintbrush. That's what I did with the birds, but these aren't too bad yet. Let's see, my snowman is here. I don't know if I'll get the heart on him. I might have to paint the heart on him. Let's put the band here. And the rim down here. And his head. Oh, he's got a scarf on. Here's his head. Oh, here's the scarf. And we'll put some little knit lines in there. And I don't think I'm going to try to put his hand on there. I don't care for it. Let's bring this scarf down this way. And just do it this way. Doesn't have to be perfect. And let's do his tummy here. And I guess all I have left to do are the eyes and the nose, the carrot nose. Gonna be kind of weird. Oh, he's cute. He's kind of an ugly cute. He's so ugly, he's cute. We'll leave him that way. Let's give him a more of a roundy face in here. Those kind of soft there. All right, let's do the buttons. If the buttons are bigger, they're easier. The buttons on this guy weren't too, they were smaller. And I'm going to make the buttons on the lower side too here. Now let's give him a little belt, just for the fun of it. And put some buttons in here. I'm not going to do the money bag in the hand. Do 3. I have 4 there, but I'm just going to do 3. All right, we're going to leave him alone. His hat. Alright, we're gonna leave him alone. He's so ugly, he's cute. Alright, where's my cellophane? What I did with my cellophane. Did it blow away? I'll take this and up and put on it and get me some fresh wax paper. I just got 2 more and they're small ones, so it shouldn't take a whole long time. But we're going to put a fresh paper down. And I'm going to put this on top of the ones over here. It won't keep them total, but it'll keep some of the air off of them. And let's get some more wax paper. Boy, my hands are dry. My hands feel like they've got cement on them. Don't need a whole lot. I'll have to clean my desk before I do any more art journaling on it. If you've not seen me do this, I put water on this glass top before I put my wax paper down, and that helps hold my wax paper in place. My wax paper, it will eventually dry out, but while I'm working, it keeps my wax paper in place. Now, what did I do with that other piece? Put it over here. We're going to roll this out. I might put some more water in it. This is nice and soft. This one's getting dry. See, look, it's getting white. We'll put some more water in there and moisten it up a little. And I'm going to use every last bit. I'll probably make something real simple, a circle or something, star or something out of the bits that are left. My scissors on top of that. Is that my wax paper? No, that's fabric. All right, let's put some water on that. So this is getting dry. I can see dry spots in there. Let's see the dry. But considering I made this dough a couple weeks ago, I'll have to look up and see the exact day, but it's been a couple weeks. So I'm really happy with how you just keep it moist, keep the air out of it, and keep it moist. You'll be okay until you use it. I have the fan going in here, and I think that's one reason why it's drying out so much. But I'll cook it anyway. It'll be okay. I'm going to put just a teeny bit more water on this. Make it nice and pliable. So my hands pick up a lot of the moisture as I'm kneading it. But it's nice, and I mean, you can't, it's not like a dough that will stretch. It's not a stretchy dough. But it's a smooth dough when you roll it out. It's not a bread dough. All right, all I have left to do is the mouse, which should be pretty simple, and the gnome. And then whatever's left of the dough, I'm just going to make odd shapes. Maybe little circles or stars or something. I don't think I made a snowflake, but that's okay. I'm not going to do one now. I did a star, a bird, and a gingerbread boy. Snowflakes, well, they would be kind of hard unless you just made them the shape of them. And put all your lines and everything on with your paint or your fine line or whatever you use, because that would tend to probably break if you did a lot of pointy stuff, is what I'm thinking. And you could probably do a fancy shape. See if I can't get this into a sort of a Let's get my pencils out and roll it thin. It's pretty thick. I'm going to have plenty of dough. Might be able to make more than one gnome. We'll see. Pretty thin in here. Gets thinner in there and thicker there. So I can roll a little of that way. All right, I think I'm happy with it. Let's turn it this way. Yeah, it's pretty thin in there. Maybe I'll just cut that off. Where's my needle? Put it up here. Let's see where my patterns will go. My little gnome girl, she really went this way. And my little mouse. And I'm going to cut this off because it's really thin in there. And I'll just do something else with that. I'll put that under the cellophane over here. Could move him over a little. Let's do him first. He'll be pretty simple shape. The little mouse creature. Alrighty, let's just take him off. That went pretty good. He was a pretty simple shape. Just gonna leave him right here for now. This one's gonna be a little bit harder. It's got the curve of the hat here. Simple shapes are best. And the curves are where I have the most trouble. Small curves. Big curves like that, little curves like this are a little harder. I see her hat moved a little. Well, went pretty good. I should probably get my paintbrush out and moisten these edges rather than squirt it with water. A little more intricate. Which one did I use? I used this small one. Oh. there that doesn't belong there. Alrighty. Just kind of smoothing out her rough spots. We'll see if I can get her looking a little like a gnome. Oh, my hands are dry. Alright, her hat comes down this way. I don't know about getting those braids in there. It's easier to draw them than... And her face comes down. This way. I'm not going to put a face on her. Let's see if I can put some braids in there. Not too bad. And let's see. Her little hand comes this way. And she's got a... Well, actually, I'm going to put her collar. I got an extra space in there I don't think I need. Put her collar right there. Right up to her head. And her hands come this way. And she's holding a heart. I won't get the bows on her braids. I'm lucky to have braids that even looks a little like a braid. Here. Alright, she's got a hand here. She'll have another little hand here. And this will be her arm. Coming right in there. Not too bad. And she's got a little apron on. And I don't know if I can get little heart pockets. I think I'll make little square pockets. It will be easier. I could probably make a heart out of these squares, but we're just going to put little square pockets on her apron. It's easier to draw them than... Alright, then her little feet come here. Yeah, she's not too bad. Like this area here. It's wet, that's why. I'm not going to put a face on her. But I think I will put a little heart up here if I can. And smooth this out just a little. All right, I think I'm going to call her done. My hands are dry. I'm going to set her aside before I get my tray out. Set her over here. This mouse shouldn't take too long. He's a pretty simple guy. Let's smooth out his head just a little. Okay. So a mouse has a pretty long face, and his ear will come right in here. I've got a line in there I don't want, but I'm going to leave it. And he'll have an eye right here. And we'll give him a little nose over here. It's wet. His nose is wet. Where's that towel? Dry his nose off. Wiping his nose for him. He's got a big nose. I can't squeeze it together a little. And let's give him some whiskers. One this way, one this way, and one this way. Okay. He doesn't look as pretty as what I drew him. Well, all right, but we're going to go with him. And he's got a little foot here. It comes like this and around like that. Comes down like that. Now he's got a tail. And the tail comes around like this. Oh dear. Well, maybe we'll do more than one mouse. He's not too bad. It's not what I envisioned. My hands are dry. Feel like there's salt. Look at how dry that is. I can almost peel it off with my needle. All right, he's got a foot. He's got another foot coming here. And coming around this way. Can't see him very well. Let's put him on the tray and use up the rest of my dough for something. This dough is drying out real fast, and so are my hands. So I don't know what I'm gonna make. Maybe some round bulbs or some squares or something. Maybe some little cranberries or little apples. Let's get these up on the tray. Put my dough on this water. That'll help it. And I'll cook these yet tonight. I might take them off of the tray, the parchment paper, and spray the bottom of them with some oil because I don't want them to stick when they cook. And I did that with the birds, and that seemed to help them. I think the little gnome girl turned out pretty good. I'm going to put her right in here, and the little rat. The little rat. And you guys aren't seeing it all. Let's see, let's move him a little closer because I think I'll make some apples and cranberries. Put these a little closer up. Put that in here for my other stuff. I got that much dough left. What am I going to do with it all? I want to use it up. I'll make some. Let's kind of see what I can do to protect this. A bit of dough. Cranberries and apples, though, the apples probably won't be hard. The cranberries, I might use a lid to cut out because, well, the apples I could too. I could use a lid for the apples. It's hard to cut circles with this dough. I want to use it up. What I don't use tonight, I'm going to throw out. So I want to use as much as I can. Because I don't want to fool with this another time, another session. And I won't do it offline. Because I've got too much other stuff I'm doing. I think that's pretty good. Start getting it in a shape. I do that in pottery class. They get the air bubbles out just by, this doesn't have air bubbles. I haven't had any troubles, but in pottery class, they'll plop their dough down like that, and that will knock the air bubbles out of their clay. Now, I've saw one person online who, or maybe I read it when putting some cinnamon down on here. But I think that would dry it out more. You know, like cornmeal. I think this would dry my dough out more. They probably were not worried about dried out dough. Let's see if I can flatten this out a little. It's really thick. And I think what made mine thinner on the edges is I just let it flatten out rather than trying to keep it. You have to keep your edges thick if you don't want them to get thin. Does that make sense? If you don't want thick edges, don't let them keep them thick. If you don't want thin edges. And I'm not watching chat. You guys are probably all gone to bed. That's okay with me. I'm going to finish what I'm doing here. If you want to go to bed, go to bed. If you want to go watch Juju or Pam, they're probably both on or have been on. I've lost track of time. I just want to finish using up my dough. It's a little thick yet, and it's getting on my pencils. This is going to be odd shaped in here, but that's okay. All right, I think what I'll do, find something, I have a glue stick that I was going to throw away, or a cap of some sort. Find the end of a piece of washi tape here. Oh, there's a lot on that yet. I'm going to take it off. I'll deal with it later. You don't want to see what I'm doing. I'm destroying this row of washi tape because I want the center. I'm unwinding it all. But I'll wind it up on something else. I want to make some cranberries or little round circles. And I guess I'm going to string them. So where's my needle? I'm going to poke a hole in them. I guess I can do that at the end of all of this. All right, let's just cut out a bunch of them here. Uh-oh. They don't have to be perfect. Maybe I better do it as I go because they're feeling kind of dry. They don't have to be perfect circles either. Dough's pretty thick. Yeah. I'm making the holes as I go because I'm afraid once I get this cut out that the dough will be dry by the time I want to put all the circles in. And I should probably have some cornstarch or something for this, but I don't. I don't want to go out and get it. We got cornstarch, but maybe I should put that on my list for something to keep in here. So what do I have? Eyeglasses. That's all I remember. Mina said, buy eyeglasses. I was going to get something else as I was talking here. If I don't write it down, I forget because I'm so much to think about. Cornstarch and eyeglasses. Cornstarch and eyeglasses. What else? I said something else. I can't remember what it was. I should have rolled this dough out thinner. I'm having trouble poking it through now. It's getting wet in there. I got cotton swabs, I got kebab sticks, I got toothpicks. I was going to get something else. I've got wax paper, I've got parchment paper. Those are pretty thick cranberries. Maybe I should do the back of this. Takes a little bit of time to do this. Oh. Uh-oh. My paper's stuck on there. Put that underneath of the cellophane to help keep it moist. Let's work over on this side. Maybe I'll flatten this out a little. Well, let's put the hole in here first. It's the homemade charm. The homemade charm of doing this and not expecting them to be perfect. That dough is pretty thick, just with these two pencils. Making these little circle things. What are you cooking, Meri? I'm cooking cinnamon. Oh, I could make cinnamon sticks. Maybe we'll try that with some of this leftover dough. Just flatten it and curl it up. See if I can make me some cinnamon sticks. It smells like cinnamon. And I won't flatten it between the pencils because the pencils are pretty thick, as I'm seeing here. For the shapes, the thickness helped, but for these, I guess it helps, but I'm almost done here. I'm almost done. What time is it? Oh, it's after 11. Oh my goodness, I wanted to be done an hour and a half ago. But I did want to get this done. All I've done is play with this. But I don't want to, I want to use up what I have. I don't want to fool with any more. I got too many other things. I was watching K3N Clock Tales, and today she was talking about she's going to do another stitch journal in 26, and I want to, I enjoyed when she did her first stitch journal. I didn't do much slow stitching last year, but the year before she did a stitch journal, and I followed her, and I really enjoyed it. So I'm going to follow her in 2026. These will probably just hang. I don't know how they'll hang. I was thinking about stringing them, but I don't think I will. I think I'll hang them with a little, I don't know, a little string or something. We'll see what I do with them. I don't know what I'm going to do with them. One more? We'll do one more. And then we'll roll this other stuff out flat and see if I can't make me some cinnamon sticks. It'd be fun to string them on a cloth, a thin cloth, like a salvage piece, like something like this. You know, have them be red and then hang them on something like this. The most wonderful time of the year. Oh, I got fabric that says all of this. This is just a part of that fabric. I'll have to think about that. Let's take this and let's take these back down here and put them on my I dropped all this paper. I got paper out to draw on. That's what I dropped. I've got a little bit of dough here, and we're going to put these little circles on here. Maybe I'll put them in between because I want to get my cinnamon sticks on here too. Where's my needle? Make sure my I slaved in the kitchen all night. I don't know if anybody's out there listening to me. In my head, I think they all went to bed. I haven't looked. I want to get done. I want to get done. I'm going to take these all off anyway and grease this paper because I don't want them to stick. And I greased the paper when I cooked the birds and it didn't do them any harm. Easier for them to come off. One more. All right. So now I have this brilliant thought. That I want to do some cinnamon sticks. Where's those scissors? Put that on there to weight that down since my fan is going. Here's my washi tape that I unrolled for that. I'm going to leave that out because I'm going to have to do something with that. I don't want to put it back in the drawer. Okay, let's moisten this a little because it's pretty dry. This is all I have left. Good thing that has a lid on it. Yeah, that feels better. And let's take my wax paper and fold it in half here. I don't know how much this will stick anymore. Let's see. I don't know if it'll stick to itself. We'll find out. Yeah. Well, maybe a little, not too much. Alrighty. Just a little bit more water. Nice and pliable. And long. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Piece. What'd I do with it? Hold on. Threw it down here someplace. Oh, that parchment paper, get on top of it. I don't need too much out here just to do this last piece here. Trying to keep it as uniform of a size as possible. Now I'm not going to use my pencils because they're pretty thick. They make the dough pretty thick. I want it thinner because I want to fold it in on it. I want to roll it on itself. I'm thinking. And it doesn't have to be and I might only get a couple out of it. I would be happy to get 3. See if I can get 3 out of it. Whoops, I don't know if I can or not. Oh, it's rolling up on itself, that's for sure. It's still pretty thick there. Yeah, I'm pulling at it. It's okay if it's not perfect, because cinnamon sticks aren't perfect. Let's just take my dirty ruler and maybe 1, 2, and I'll clean my ruler off. Now let's see if I can't just kind of roll these. They could be even thinner. If I can move this out of the way. Move this one out of the way. Let's see if I can roll this guy. This is probably would be where you'd want the cornmeal under it. It'll be interesting to see how this cooks. I'm going to call that a cinnamon stick. Let's see if I can do the same with this one. Or similar. Call that a cinnamon stick. This one's pretty fragile. And then I'll cook them. And then I'll put them a red ribbon around them. Now, all I have left is this. Make a little bulb out of him. And we'll cook every part of it. All right, so let's get my cookie sheet out. I'm not going to clean up tonight. I'll clean up. I won't stream again until Sunday night, and I'll show you how these all turned out. Let's throw this away. And the rest of tonight will be out in the kitchen rearranging my cookies here. I can get those cinnamon sticks on there. I'm going to have to move them so I can... Let's see. I should probably do... Oh, I pulled his boot off. I don't think I can move. See, that's what I was afraid when I cook them. I'm going to have to get a little spatula under here. So right now, I'm just going to take these. I might put them on a more of a rectangular cookie sheet. For right now, I'm just going to put them like this. This little boot. I might have to glue that boot back on. I might cook that way. But the thing of it is, I'm afraid if I don't have grease on this, it shouldn't stick. But I'm afraid they'll stick. Maybe I'll just see. Maybe I'll just leave them. They're sticking already, but they're moist. When they dry, they shouldn't stick. But here are my, let me get them up here. Here are my, this is my tonight's. I've got a candy cane, a poor little who lost his shoe. Nutcracker, I'll have to glue that shoe back on. A cat, a snowman, a mouse, a gnome, and a whole bunch of little round circles. And you can't see them all in there. And some very dry hands. What's under here? My poor little ornament was under there. Where was he gonna go? Right here. We'll just put him right there. See how he cooks that way. I should put a hole in him though. Here. My needle. Shape him up a little here. Alrighty, I am going to call it quits. I'll get in here probably tomorrow sometime and clean up my desk. And I'm going to give Penelope that needle back. I'm going to put it on this pad. So, I have 14 of you in here, it says. Let me look at chat. Boy, my hand is going 10 miles an hour on my screen. Let me refresh chat and see if anybody's actually out there. It says I got 13 of you in there now. 12. They're leaving like... They're leaving. Exotic Spider looks good. Thank you, Exotic Spider. Welcome in. Debbie Wooten. Hi, Debbie. Debbie, you are, I think you are around my area in central United States, Nebraska. You don't have to answer that if you don't want. There were 18 of you in here? Oh, wow. Cool. Mary, you are so crafty. Well, we'll see how these turn out. We'll see how they turn out. Jen is still here? Yep. Yeah, I remember you from before, Debbie. Welcome back. Welcome in. And also welcome to Exotic Spider. And who else is in here that I don't know? Debbie and Tina. Tina's here. Hi, Tina. Let's see. Tina. Crafting Kitty, Jen, Debbie, Tina. Allie K probably went to bed. She gets tired. Mina says she's fallen asleep at the table. She guess she better go to bed before she really crashes. Karen K was here. She says, hi, Meri, just an idea. If the salt goes to the top of the cookies, flip them face down so that the salt discovers this color's on the back. I should do that. It's too late now, but that's a good idea. I've already put all my little lines here on the front, and they are salty. But if I would have flipped them over after I did all of this, then it would have gotten salty on the other side, on the back. That was a really good suggestion. I'll remember that next time, Karen, if you're out there. Allie K went to bed. X-Acto blade feels flimsy sometimes. Yeah, I tried using the X-Acto blade, and I had better luck doing my little needle. You can't drag your needle. And I think even with the X-Acto knife, you're tending to want to drag it. And when you drag it, this dough is it's not a dough like a bread dough. It doesn't have elasticity to it. There's flour in here, but there's cinnamon and salt in here. Flour would be elastic, but there's not enough flour in here to give it the elasticity. And even when you drag your knife, you're creating those jagged edges. And the same way with the needle. And I suppose I could take the knife and do the same thing with the knife that I do with the needle. But the needle, I just felt like I had more control with it. So I think she's making a big point. Becky was here. She's just waiting for her turn in the tub. She must have gotten it. She said she's heading to bed. I was off in my world. I just wanted to use up this dough because I'm not going to make any more this year. I just wanted to use it. I'm going to have to glue his boot back on, but I think I can do that. I'm going to press it a little there, but I don't think that'll be enough to hold it. Well, let's press it a little bit more. I pulled on him and I pulled his shoe off of him. This one's okay, but this one, we'll see. So, okay, everybody. Thank you. Goldie said they look great. Mina went to bed. Let's see, am I missing anybody? Kelly went to bed. Mina. Goldie. Mina. Bandit is a magical cat. He can have as many or as few toes as he wants. I love it. Thank you, Mina, for saying that. I thought you were going to say cats don't have 3 toes. All right, I am going to sign off now. Thank you guys for sticking with me through all of this. And I apologize to Juju because I know I ran way over into her time. And I even made some cinnamon sticks. All right, I got to sign off. Have a great weekend. I will see you Sunday night at 6 p.m. Central. Bye.